chances are I'm probably not feeling like a guy you call an actual shot. You know I got a lot of ideals. You know I act sporadic when my mind's left alone. What do you want to be? Well, my first impression is pursuing the dream. People say to me, don't waste your time. Don't waste your time on love. Nobody's ever made a living chasing idle hearts. There's no one knowing how they'll get out of the dark. And current divorce rates seem to fly up off the charts. But I guess it's worth a mention. You can't stop without a start. Just shoot my shot. See what I can do to reconnect all the.
Alright. Let's game and go and a game, etc. Hang on, let's see, it's all this stuff working. Yeah, that seems about right. Let's lower this down a little bit. I'll see if I can, like, brain focus even with lyrics in the song. But let's get into it. What I did yesterday. Oh yeah, I got cross-chunk navigation working. This is something that I had put off for quite a while because it sounded complicated, and it was complicated, but not too bad. I'll basically just show. Let's see. Let's start a new game. Because I got that little test guy. Okay, let's also do item hover scooter. I might just give the player the hover scooter for this area. Well, it doesn't work much without the hills, but man, take your time, video game. As usual. Man. Like, is the video game, has it caught up now? Has it figured out what it wants to do now? Okay. So, this NPC is navigating across 3 separate chunks. Like, a chunk ends here and starts here. And then this is the city chunk. And then the city chunk ends. And this is now... Jesus Christ, take your time, video game. It's not like I want to fucking play the video game here. But then this goes into a separate chunk. So it's navigating across these 3 little chunks. It's driving me insane. Those pauses, I need to figure out what they are. I'm pretty sure they're shader stutter still. Or it's putting things into the scene. Well, no, look at that. Like, that entire city over there is being deleted and re-added. It's like, basically no frame rate loss. But now, you know, like a full second froze for something. Is it that chunk up there? Like, maybe that chunk loads a lot more intensely? It's driving me crazy. It's not the best way to start the day, but it is the way that I'm starting the day. Okay, let's see what the fuck that is. Because now I can consistently reproduce it. It better actually, like, show me, like, something that I'm doing wrong. Okay, so let's see where is the long one. There we are. Physics time is taking 4 seconds. It takes 4 seconds. I think it must be... I think it's a navigation mesh again. Because I had this issue before where some of the navigation meshes take a really, really long time to add. So I think what I might do... Yeah, there's something wrong with this navigation mesh, I think. So what if I moved this out to here? I don't think the game's gonna, like, survive this. But basically, this would mean that loading the chunk would take a lot longer, but I'll have to figure out how to deal with that soon. Yeah, basically, now I can go back and forth. But if I go even further out of the area, so like if I go all the way this way, it's... No, I'm just gonna need to figure out how to deal with this. See, do I want to do this? I guess I have to do this today. Like, I have to figure out how to make the navigation meshes not take multiple full seconds to load. Actually, let's go to my profiler. Because this still works, I think. Is, like, the mouse gonna load? Why is the mouse not here? Mouse mode visible? Okay, so it's typically this one. Invalidate index 1 on name runtime equals. Oh, right. I opened the wrong thing. I opened the logs. I need to open the profile logs. Yeah, so like one of these. How do these work exactly? Let's go to like this one. Okay, we no longer have a good like log to see there, so let's just go back to the main game. Because I keep forgetting that I have this profile log, or profiler here. Because this was also the reason that I removed the navigation meshes in the first place. Or wasn't using them in like larger areas. So let's go up until it stutters for multiple seconds. Okay. So this should be this one. 15, 13, 28. This doesn't seem like the right one. No, this isn't the right one. Okay, because it's currently 15:15 in military time here. Maybe I have to save more gracefully than that. Okay, so that was 15:15. Where is 15:15? Oh, I see. Okay. It's because they go this way. I'm dumb. So for this one, there should have been some really bad frames in here. Also, are these actually... Huh, okay. I'm glad to see that most of the frame is still actually, like, good, though. Or is this, like, this one? Okay, this looks more like the game running. There we are. Okay. So I think this is actually like loading the scene. Well, now it says I'm looking at these times up here. Okay, so I'm seeing a lot of... Okay, this makes sense. It takes a lot of time to propagate ready. Notification ready, propagate ready, propagate ready. Yeah. So basically there's just a billion nodes that are calling ready. And then another 11-second frame. I think these 3-second frames are what I'm looking for, though. Yeah, because these have the physics step. And I don't know where the physics step... So yeah, because we can see this one is like 3 seconds, because I think these are microseconds. No, these are like the actual raw ticks from the CPU, which are on the scale of like nanoseconds. They still, for some reason, are like... Oh, excuse me. I have a drink here. But okay. And these are results more consistent with what I'm seeing, where it's generally 16 FPS and not 144. Because 144 is this little blue shade down here. And then it goes green, and then orange for like within 30 frames per second. Then red is above 30, or like, you know, less than 30 frames per second. And this is, I think it's just more than a full second or more than half a second of stutter. Okay, more than I think 100 milliseconds. So yeah, when we load the game, it takes a long time. And then when we, yeah, it doesn't show me anything else, though. I think what I want... Let's go to, Godot. Oh. Where's Godot in here? There it is. Scene, 3D, should be navigation mesh instance in here somewhere, I think. Let's import, I think we have the core profiler here. HOJK core profiler H. I made my own little profile tool. My instrumented profiler. So we need to go to like I see, actually. Let's ignore this. Let's go to like where we create the navigation mesh in the physics server, or the navigation server. Notification, enter tree. Get singleton region set map. I'd like to see the C++ implementation of this. I see. Strange that... Okay, I get it now. Maybe. Let's go to my core profiler. I think this defines a macro. Oh, I think it's in here, actually. That makes sense. Include core profiler. It's also funny to me that I can't remember if O comes before or after P unless I sing the alphabet song from H. But okay. Let's quit this. Let's just see if this... Actually, let's profile all of it then. If we're going to be doing a navigation server. It's like set enter cost, set transform. Set travel cost. Because I think a lot of these aren't actually going to matter that much, but... Because I don't think we do this, for example. Agent set map image, agent set blah blah blah. Agent set velocity, agent set position. Let's ignore those for now. Because you'd think the point of the navigation server would be that we would not need it immediately, or that it could do it in a separate thread. Because that seems to be the point of like all of this funky stuff with the commands and etc. But let's build it. Also, let's make this a little bit bigger. I forget. I think there's no way for me to set this, like, to the default. Let's do that. Now, so is there a notification? I don't think well, maybe exit tree is also causing issues. I guess I could just profile this as well. As soon as I... Wait. Include core profiler H. Oh yeah, and soon I'm gonna like publish a blog post about that C+ Prolog language that I've been playing around with, because I think I've basically wrung all the enjoyment that I can out of using it. The last thing I want to do is add switch case syntax and labels, so that way it's actually like possible to write most C with it. Okay. Let's crack it open. So this is a preview window for the demo picking thing. Because honestly, this may be a situation where I should consider actually going green pasture and going to Godot 4 with the game. Just investing the couple of weeks and then like living with the pain of whatever features I've added that I can't use in Godot 4. Well, actually no. I just realized my time slowing things would be completely broken, and that's like the feature that I'm playing with here. But okay. Let's see the stutter. Oh yeah, also I fixed the high RAM usage when the editor is like switching to things, because it seems like it's just an honest-to-God memory leak in the editor. Okay, but let's see this big old stutter. Alright. So it should be probably the most recent one. Seeing some big stutters here. Okay, so these two seem pretty bad. These ones are not as bad. Because this... Huh. Actually, these seem strange. Usually there's like a big 10-second spike when the game actually loads up. But okay, so I think it's this one that's causing it. I don't see the actual navigation mesh. I just see the physics step. Oh wait, no. I'm incorrect. This one has the long physics step, but I don't see anything else in here. Because yeah, the actual, you can see that this actual step function where it runs the like bullet physics, it only took 17 milliseconds, which is still a long time. Oh wait, no, not 17 milliseconds. This is like, you know, some factor. I think it's like 10 nanoseconds thereabout. So like not enough, not a lot of time. This is the problem. Actually, I can literally just look at it. These are milliseconds. So yeah, it's almost exactly microseconds. So yeah, you know, 1.7 milliseconds, kind of high if I'm running it at 6, you know, if my target is 6.94 milliseconds for 144 FPS, that is kind of high for the physics, but whatever, it's a physical game, it's a platformer. There's a lot of physics. But okay, so I need to look deeper into the, like, physics. And the way that I do this is by doing this. So input get singleton, flush buffered events, and engine get singleton in physics is true. Physics begin get ticks, flush queries. So I think this, aha, I should have looked at that. The one that I didn't process. And then we can go into flush queries, which is here. And then set command. Oh, I see. So this is where those commands are done, maybe? So that's why there's all these commands here, maybe. This is strange. So virtual void name void merge command fname. Okay, so basically I think it's a function pointer. Is that the syntax I'm looking at here? No, that's not quite right. No, okay. There's just a virtual function and then a non-virtual, like, command function, I guess. Because it's literally just the two names appended to each other. Okay, but let's see if that actually fixes, or, like, gives me, like, a place where I can see it. Or actually, let's just do the same thing for all these other functions, though. Because, like, we have process here. We should all... Oh, wait, no. I already have that one done. Oh, a singleton get loop iteration. So this is a main loop here. Include core profiler. And then, I mean, I don't really need the 2D server, but I'll see about it. Physics 2D server, physics server. Oh, this does nothing at all. It's a no-op. Does this one do anything? Somewhere in here? So for the software physics server. Okay, so I think those are the main things, because we could do the input, but that's going to get kind of like... I don't think the input's the issue. You know, for some reason, I think when the, you know, spawns the navigation mesh... Because I think my main question is, why is it, not multi-threaded? If they go through the effort of making this server, well, I guess I know why. It's like, they started on it. Because this is also, I gotta remember, Godot 3, where, like, this is, like, most of the engine is half finished here, because it is just in Godot 4. Because I really have kind of trapped myself in a nasty conundrum. Okay, so we'll get our big stutter, and then we'll close, and we'll see. This should hopefully confirm what I suspect. Beautiful. This one. Let's see, so physics step, process, and step. Okay, so this is the navigation server's process. So we're definitely seeing what we should be seeing. Which, I mean, admittedly now, that didn't confirm very much. That just confirmed that it is a request in the command queue here. But I don't know... Oh wait, navigation server. Where is that? Go to navigation server. So something in here is where it is. In C++, we can't be sure that this is performed in the main thread even with mutable functions. I guess I could do a profile marker. Nav server, Godot navigation server, gaming, whatever. Or this will be like... let's just say active map processing. So this is how this one works, right? Okay, yeah. So that'll at least tell us this, and then navmap sync profile. Core profiler. Because yeah, I think what it needs to do is I just need to send this off to a separate thread, and it needs to do its own life. And then I'll have to rewrite how I do my navigation server stuff, because I've been thinking about doing that anyway, of like just putting it in a separate thread. Yeah, because it'd be fine if NPCs like can't navigate for a few seconds after the chunk loads, because the NPCs are also just loading in. So what I could do is also just have the navigation map load in earlier than the NPCs, like as part of the inactive items. Because NPCs only load in when you get right next to a chunk. But okay, sync and then step. And then, what's this one? That's sync again. Let's do dispatch callbacks. There we are. Nope, not quite. And this will make it complicated as well for my, I guess this would just make it complicated in general to figure out things. Oh, I see. Well, actually, let's do like profile marker. Hashtag fname. Oh wait, no, this is the no wait, no. Okay, this is not the constructor. I think I'm gonna do exec instead, though. Okay, any more execs? I think those are good. So now it should also tell us which command is causing it with this handy dandy macro. Not quite. Oh wait, I see. I forgot how syntax here works. And I'm also thinking, how frequently do I need the navigation server to be running? Ah, well. Yeah, I think my big project now... Oh wait, what do I actually have listed as the title of this? So I'm gonna make like a town today. Nah, I'm gonna fix some... I'm multi-threading. There we go. That's how video games are. So now let's see exactly which commands are causing issues, even though, admittedly, it kind of doesn't matter anymore because the solution is to just make it completely multi-threaded. Or like running on a completely separate thread. This controller is disgusting. It has all that skin goo that you get on controllers, like on the D-pad here. It's foul. But oh well. Beautiful, even longer than before. Let's go to profile. Probably this one. Yes. Or this one. Huh. Okay. Active map? Okay, so it's the active map processing, and then it's the sync function. Interesting. This is not what I was expecting. I thought it'd be one of the commands. So, scratch polygons, sync, regions, get connections. And I guess this doesn't matter too much, because I'm just gonna, like, I need to figure out where Godot does multi-threading now. Because, yeah, I think we just need a dedicated thread for the navigation mesh server. And I will figure this out. Let's figure out where the... Let's just do, like, Godot navigation server. And so we have the obvious one of the, like, actual, like, Godot navigation server thing. New server. Okay, so could we do new server? Hmm. Actually, let's first look up, let's get out of this thing. Let's make sure that I understand if there's any settings for this. So, like, if we search for navigation 3D. So it doesn't seem like there's any, search for threading? No. So we have the rendering thread. Yeah, so this navigation server is already designed such that it can process things from separate threads. It's just that it runs them in the main thread. Like, it just takes all of these things from these disparate threads and then forces them all on main. Where I want to now figure out how to get all of my requests from main and run them elsewhere. I guess we could even just have, like, if there are requests in the queue, it just kicks them off. No, what am I trying to do? Let's look for our thread API. Thread ID, OS get thread caller ID, that's fine. Thread start func. What are we looking at here? Core bind still. File access network, IO IP, resource loader. Let's go to, like, is there, like, core OS thread, maybe? There is. So type def void callback, void pointer user data. Okay. What I'm gonna do is let's go to our servers for the navigation server. I think what I'm gonna... Let's see if I should figure this out first. I brought up paint, but I don't actually think I need that. What I'm conceptualizing is we just have a new function called, like, start processing. And then what that does is, like, while queue, like, while not queue.empty, flush queue, or I guess honestly we could just do while, like, active or something, we flush queue, and then sleep 10 milliseconds or something, because we don't need this. Actually, we could even sleep, like, you know, we could sleep at some sort of, like, generous interval, because we don't need a whole bunch of stuff in the navigation server. Like, NPCs don't need their results instantly. I can make them, like, wait for a little bit before they start doing their actions. Like, we just call to, like, get the path, and then I put them in, like, a thinking state where they don't do anything. You know, so like for NPCs, it'd be like function nav to, or like function underscore nav. We would just do like the navigation server dot get path async. You know, then like to, and then self, and then like on nav dot. Or like, you know, on path found. So this would be like result. And then like if result dot reachable, you know, do something else. Something else. And I'm pretty sure there's already some sort of system in place for doing navigation server stuff asynchronously, because that's kind of the point of like the system, because, you know, getting an A-star search can take longer than a couple milliseconds. Especially for these very large areas that I have. So, also... Oh, wait, no, this is not... This is going to be like a function, or like, you know, run thread dot start, you know, process. Or like async. You know, that does all this beautiful stuff. Etc., etc. Okay. So let's see if this has any sort of threads. Because we don't necessarily need it in here, actually. What we would need here is a virtual bool. Well, actually, we could just set it active this way. Yeah, I might just grab the set active function, hijack that one. Because like if we go to set active, navigation server, mute this, can't cast, blah, that, block that. I mean, first off, can't we just atomic set a value here? I'll figure that out later. Let's just lock it like it's doing. So let's do like if not mute this active. Start the thread. Else close the thread. Actually, what I should do first is save my profiling stuff. Let's see. Okay, that's all good. Profile various things in the navigation server. Okay, and now we start on how do I actually make threads work in this engine. Okay, because we can start with a callback, the user. The settings will be what they are there. And then the Godot navigation server. Do we need to add a thing in here? I guess I probably should. We're probably going to need core/os/thread. Now, does O come before or after R? Definitely before. I'm learning the alphabet today. I've now made it a challenge to try to figure out alphabetically how things are doing without singing the alphabet song to myself. Oh yeah, and welcome to the stream, by the way. I haven't been paying close attention to chat. I'm trying to make the navigation servers in Godot 3 multi-threaded, because a problem that I'm having is anytime the player gets close to a chunk that needs to load, if it has these big navigation meshes, it takes like 4 or 5 seconds for it to load and it freezes the whole game. Let's see, do I teach coding? Not for free. I used to be a teacher's assistant in college. I made a cool $10 an hour doing that. Yeah, and also, as a more serious answer, I don't offer, like, classes or anything. Because teaching is a lot of work. Let's see. So if mutable this is not active, let's create a thread here. So navigation server, let's have thread processing thread. Yeah, I think for the very basics, you can do free stuff tends to be good enough for the basics, I think. Like, where did I learn to first write programs? I think it was like hack this website or something. Yeah, I think this is where I first learned programming. That's a fun little site. But okay, let's do if processing thread I appreciate the offer, but I'm not in the business of, like, teaching. Or, like, tutoring, I guess. I got too much work to do anyway. So when we create a new one of these, we need to create a new thread, I think. Do we construct these? This is okay. I don't think this has a constructor, so I don't need to worry about that. It'll just be like thread dot whatever it is started. too much stuff in here. Processing thread. So, can you refer to me someone or refer someone to me? Have my time to teach me. I don't know any people who are like tutors, I guess. Because I just learned in college, so I don't really have any experience with like one-on-one tutors like that. Let's do process.thread.is started. Processing thread.wait to finish. And then we can do start this. How do we do this actually? So we need a thread callback. How do we make the callback? I think it's just a void. I think it's just a function. Yeah, it's not a very common thing, especially for streamers, I guess. Let's just have like a reference for like process. So this will be like our async process loop. Well, actually, how does this Godot navigation server? I might just hijack this function. Let's just do a process loop. So I think the way this works, I think this will work. Yeah, no problem. Good luck on learning how to code. So we'll also have a void process loop, void pointer data, and this will certainly not be const. Because what this will do is it'll just do void navigation server process loop what should this be? Void pointer data. And then I'll just do a void data. This basically just makes it so it doesn't warn me about the unused parameter, because we're not going to do anything with this data, I think. How does this work, actually, this start? So new thread, callback. So thread callback this, p settings, p callback, p user. Thread swap new thread. Let's look at how standard thread works. So thread.swap new thread. Oh wait. No, that's not quite right. How do we construct this? So we can do the reference, then the args. I would like a class. So foo. Okay. So we can do this, where we basically create a thread with a class. Okay, so I don't think we actually use the data here, maybe? I don't think. I'll say that's what it does, and then we'll just do process. So like, while active, process. And then this will be like 0.033. Or let's do like process at 20 FPS. Thereabouts. Do I do anything with delta time? And then let's do a sleep. So we have nano sleep. Interesting. But that's only Unix specific. OS Windows, Joypad Linux, OS X 11. I think we might not have a cross-platform way, or like a built-in like Godot way of sleeping. Maybe. So update the sleeping state for bodies if all are sleeping. We don't need that. Because what I might do instead is even have it like that the process function actually kicks off the loop, or that we only do. It'd be kind of inefficient. Like we start a thread to process the requests, and then we close the thread when it's done, and then the next frame, if there's a non-empty queue, it just kicks off another thread to process the requests. Because a lot of the time we're not going to be using this thread. Do we need the... oh, I see. The way the mutex works is it uses the RAII. So this automatically unlocks when we clear this. And then we just... well, actually, if we wait to finish here, it doesn't work. So this should not be there. And in fact, this should be here. And then we should have this be active. So if mute this active, we'll like wait to thread. In fact, let's do like just and not this. Because if the thread is started, presumably it'll work. I'll assume that'll work. And then I think... What I really want, though, is for this. Is there a standard thread sleep system? So like C++ thread sleep. Okay, and this is in C++ 11. Good. I'll do that. How do we... What if I add this to the thread, actually? Because if we're already using a bunch of stuff in here... You know what? Let's do that. Let's just add a thing to a thread where it'll just call this sleep for. Like, let's do public static, static void sleep usec, int usec. Could probably be consistent with the other ones. Okay. Let's put this up at the wherever this is. So set platform funcs, set start. Where's our other static functions? I guess this is a static function, isn't it? Set platform funcs? Yeah. Let's do void thread sleep usec uint 64 type usec So how do we use standard chrono here? Because this is basically just going to be standard this thread sleep 4. Standard chrono millisecond or microseconds. So int 55. What does this mean? Why is this here? Standard chrono microseconds usec. And we'll have, like, we'll include chrono. Let's see if this horrible mess works. Oh wait, and that means we go back to here, thread sleep usec process loop. Let's actually make it asleep for milliseconds. Yeah, that seems fine. So hopefully this can just be done as it is. Like I can just pass an integer into it and it'll work. Let's see if it works. And then I actually need to oh, right, because I changed the thread header, this is going to take a long time. So yeah, I guess in the meantime, I can show off that, let's see, I guess it's going okay. It's going... Oh, I typoed. GitHub.com. Oh, I see. My thread is dying, or my computer's dying because I have 11 threads running the compiler. Yeah, you can see the like insane number of projects that I just start and then don't finish here. Thankfully, this project is basically like 90% done. Because all it is code that kind of looks like C, but it's actually made of what's called Prolog terms. And that doesn't seem particularly useful. You know, to just have like kind of bad, weird C where you have to put a period at the end of functions. But it gets pretty interesting when you realize, like, so I designed a macro system for it, but the way the macros work is you don't have to like wrap anything in parentheses or worry about stuff like that because it's based on these terms. So like max, 12.3, and 0, even though it literally converts into this in the actual C, it, you know, A greater than B, then A else B. Oh wait, hang on. It worked. But it didn't work. So illegal indirection void thread start const thread pointer settings cannot convert this pointer from const thread to thread reference. Ooh, interesting. So navigation server CPP. So this isn't even related to this. Oh, wait, hang on. Let's make the syntax valid before we do that stuff. Okay, but processing thread dot start. Did I misunderstand how thread start works? Is it a static function? No. I think maybe I don't understand what the callback is. No, that's just... Yeah, it's just a function. Oh, it's a void pointer function. No, I'm not understanding it. C++ or C's type syntax is so confusing. So this is a pointer to a function that returns void. And so this should be correct. Well, I guess it's not. So void thread start, thread settings reference. Cannot convert this pointer from const thread to thread reference. Oh, I see. Because this is no longer const. And that means we should also go to the service. Set active. That is not constant. Actually, how on earth would setting something active be constant? Like, you're literally manipulating it. You're literally changing it. Void thread start from void cdecl blah void pointer to thread. Cannot convert argument from void cdeclare navigation server pointer void pointer to threads. Yep, it's the default theme. I haven't felt the need to change very much about Sublime Text. I guess I could do mute this. Hi, welcome to the stream. I'm on an exciting journey to run the Godot navigation server in a separate thread. I just don't like Visual Studio Code. It's a bit heavier than Sublime Text, and it has more like pop-up, like Microsoft-isms. So I've been digging into Godot source to see about doing a PR for a 3-year-old feature I want. Yeah, because admittedly, I don't have any sort of like autocomplete or things like that, so there's a lot of niceties that I'm not using. But I just like the text editing experience in Sublime. But okay, I don't think I understand how this works. Because I thought this was how this worked, but let's look for start. Aha. Thread function. Okay, so it's just a void. It doesn't take anything. Oh wait, no. It does take anything. And that means this has to be a static function because it takes this. Okay, I think I understand now. Process loop. Process loop needs to be a static function because it takes a void pointer to this, and then we go to process loop void pointer data. So Godot navigation server pointer self equals data. There we go. Let's see, so which theme am I using in Sublime Text? I'm just using I think it's the default theme. So it's the adaptive theme, which is default, because it basically like reads the Windows like dark and light theme. Color scheme. Auto. Oh, easy light. So yeah, I think Mariana and Easy Light are like the defaults. Yeah, that's the major downside of Sublime Text, is that it's paid. Otherwise, it'll nag at you. And it's kind of a subscription because it gives you 3 years of updates, but then it'll nag you again if you download the updates again. So I've actually paid for it 3 times. But I mean, I guess I still keep paying for it. Let's see. So can I convert this pointer from const navigation server to navigation server reference? So that is at editor node 9839. Wait, was that the correct line? 5839. So node server get singleton set active. You know, I guess let's just call it const again. Because now we're going to use mute this anyway. So it's like, it calls itself a constant function, but the way that it's constant is it casts the pointer to a non-const pointer and then does things on itself. Like, why is it like putting itself in such a bind? I guess because it does a mutex first. Yeah, and I've looked at quite a few other text editors as well. I've used Emacs for a little bit, but the problem with Emacs is that it's miserable to use. Because it's a terrible text editor by default, but it's always like 1 or 2 lines of Emacs Lisp away from, you know, fixing one annoying feature. It's just there's several thousand annoying features. But okay, so... Oh, wait. We need to do this and this. That's the issue. Okay, that was my misunderstanding. I forgot. I wasn't understanding how it was working. Basically, yeah, because it's a const function, I have to get this mutable this, which is so stupid. I mean, there must be a reason for it. I guess it's just because, like I said, it uses const to mean, like, thread safe, so to speak. And so it doesn't let you just manipulate everything, but anything where it has to do manipulation, it gets this mutex, and it gets this mutable this. Okay, but now we actually need to start looking for, like, where this navigation server, like, set active is. So no nav by default of editor, that makes sense. Nav server get singleton set active. Animation blah. Tree set active, viewpoint set active. That's all good. So we now need to go to main. Navigation server. We no longer do this here. And I'll let this do its thing for a while. Hmm. I mean, I guess I can go back to showing off C++ Prolog, my cool new programming language. Borderline unreadable, borderline unwritable. Because I have all sorts of insane examples, like generics. So you can declare a list of T, and then it's just a pointer of pointers, and then there's things like capacity, length, etc., etc. And then this is eventually turned into C. In fact, I can show the actual examples with syntax highlighting. Wrong button. Can I show it before the compiler is done compiling? I can. So yeah, we have our poor man's generics, where like I can declare a list of integers, declare a list of char pointers, then say that strings are this. Oh yeah, I did a full rewrite thing here, but oh well. Yeah, this isn't quite what it is anymore. But then there's like a whole mess of macros. Because this basically just takes anything with the structure of name, square brackets, type, body, and it turns it into a macro that generates more macros to like mangle the name and generate a bunch of functions. So like this code here turns into the C of this code here, where it has like the list int generic T, which is a pointer of integers. But at a certain point, I'm like making my own compiler basically of these macros. Like, because I'm like manually name mangling and like doing like type analysis, like figuring out what the type of the object is. And then didn't I have, you know what, let's go... I'll bring back my stuff eventually. This isn't the most up-to-date version of this code. But this is sort of like a half-serious attempt at like doing this sort of macro thing in a language. But since it does literally no like actual analysis, it's not very good. Oh. I made a mistake in my thread code. There we go. So threads are working. And we'll let this take its time. There we go. Okay, so I guess I just start up the game and see if it even runs still. Because it's very possible that it'll just immediately crash. Because also NPCs will not work right now. But okay. The optimistic thing is that it does not freeze for 5 seconds, but I'm not going to hold my breath. Okay. I'm seeing it's not freezing. So that means that either it's not running at all, or it's running on a separate thread. And so now the real question will be, how do I make the NPCs navigate with this new system? We need to go to navigation server. I should look up how this code works. So we can do like agent create and stuff like that. So like map get path, map create. How do we do it currently? Nav 2. Okay, so it's function nav. Set navigate to. Interesting. So navigation to get nav path. So find nav. What does find nav do? Oh, that just gets the world navigation map. Yeah, a lot of stuff here that's not quite thread safe, but what I need now, I think I need to just create the navigation agents. And then we need to set that to have its thing. Let's try it. So it'll be like var agent already. So initialize set nav state navigation at idle. Agent create. Agent set callback. So callback called at the end of the RVO process. If a callback is created manually and the agent is placed on a navigation map, it will calculate avoidances for the agent and dispatch the calculated safe velocity, blah, blah, blah. We don't need any of that. I just need it to do its navigation server stuff. Map create, map force update, map get agents.
And this has profound implications for how we think about the world around us. Despite differences in our knowledge and our beliefs and our expectations, we feel like we're seeing the same thing as everybody else. I've used visual illusions as a way of illustrating how we don't see the world exactly as it is, but these sorts of illusions are not just limited to our visual system. They're not just limited to our visual system, they also affect the way we think, the way we remember, the way we reason. We think we see.
Okay, so we don't have quite what I wanted, which is I wanted a function, like I said, basically where I call the navigation and I get like, I get a point, or like maybe like a from, like, you know, global transform origin. So like our starting location, our ending location, and then like the path or like the result should be put somewhere. So like what commands do we have at our disposal inside the navigation server? So map-get path is not thread safe. Maybe I do need to change this back into a navigation agent. Because they have like set target location and all this stuff, and I think they do it in like a thread safe way, like they send a command and then wait for it or something. Let's check out, let's make sure that that actually is the case. Because this is going to be in, you know what? Actually, first off, let's just see if it works. I won't do anything too crazy yet. I'll just see, because this actually doesn't, even though it's not thread safe, I think it should be fine for the time being. Let's just start a new game. Item, scooter. And then we'll save. Add one. Well, it didn't quite work the way that it should. So it feels like it loaded one of the navigation maps, but then not the other one. And also, he's not even here. Where'd he go? He doesn't quite work. Yeah, I guess I've also broken all of the NPCs. Well, they were already broken, though. But okay. Load game, nav1. What did I call it? So let's go over here and see if perhaps this works. Let's also check the errors. Nav map sync, so it's at least doing stuff. Because that sync, I believe, was caused by process. Oh, there he is. Why are you walking over there? He's walking a whole new path. I think he walked back. Oh, I see. Okay. So I kind of broke my navigation in the sense that NPCs, so he did not navigate to the right location. Then how do I make it so that it can do what I want it to do? I guess what I could do first off is actually make sure that the processing is happening. Let's do like navigation server. So global dot navigation server dot is active. How do I get like these like globals in my debug script? I guess I can just do that. It's like where I do this debug visual server, navigation server. On call is active. Isn't there like an active? You'd think there'd be a function. Priority map create map force update. I mean, I guess I can also print. So the result of this process is needed by the physics server, so this must be called in the main thread. This function is not thread safe. I don't know if that's the case. Because I'll do whatever I please with it. Because can I set active true? Set active false? Game, nav one. So yeah, let's just double check that this works. Navigation server dot set active true. Yeah, he doesn't quite do what he's supposed to do. But man, it does make life so much easier. Hang on. I guess maybe I'll print when we create the navigation server, or navigation map, or whatever it was. Actually, let's save and quit. Let's see if it's even in the, like, profile log. Okay, so this is a big long one. I don't think I'm going to be able to even see the navigation server on here anymore. Because there are still a lot of things, like, I don't know what all of these are, but... I mean, I guess just a lot of add child, update dirty instance. Because, you know, you add a child, you propagate ready to a billion things. So yeah, so now it makes sense, though, that, like, adding a billion nodes instead of just adding the one navigation mesh. But yeah, I don't think I'm going to actually see the navigation server even in here. Yeah, let's maybe do like Visual Studio. So we're going to need Godot. So how do I run it? I think it's path C Jak 4 project. And then we start. And I think this should like run the game. I'm seeing it. Compiling all the shaders. Admittedly, it didn't compile, like, the shaders very well, it seems. But oh well. Okay, so that seems to work. Now I need to open up the navigation server, so that'd be not here. Tools, where's tools? Godot. Servers. I think it's in physics, navigation server. Maybe it's just in here. Navigation server Godot. Maybe that's in drivers? Modules, navigation, Godot navigation server. Interesting. So like, can we do like map pointer space? What was the thing that was taking a long time? I don't remember actually. Let's search for this though. Nav map. Step or like process. I think it was this one that was taking a long time. So we'll see if there's any like active navigation maps. Because it should be, I mean, they should already be here, I think, maybe. I mean, I guess I can just double check with the navigation server, like, process loop. Okay, so I'm not seeing that. Let's go to navigation server, so set active. Okay. So this at least is this. So we should be seeing this once I do that. So let's go maybe here. Okay. Then this is working. If controlled agents.size is greater than 0, we don't have any controlled agents. Okay, so this is good, I think. So new map RID. So active maps. Emit signal map changed. Active maps get self. We should probably do this deferred. Is there any place where we set active to false? That could be the question that's on everybody's mind. But this is the real question is also, why is it not active? Because, like, what is P active? So it's optimized away, which is interesting, because you'd think, oh, I see. Because it was paused. Okay, so now the nav map should be active still, but it's not, I don't think. Oh, it is. Hmm. Okay, so that seems... It seems like it's at least doing what I expected it to do, kind of, probably. Hang on, let's... Okay, I'm aware of that. We'll try this again. So, story demo. So I am seeing that the navigation server is actually deactivated when we pause, which is probably... well, it's a good idea for things that are, like, actively navigating, but it's not a good idea for the way that I want to use it, which is basically to just use it as, like, multi-threaded navmesh stuff. Okay, we don't need any of that. Well, you know, why is it not active? Like, I'm seeing that it's just not, it's not running. Oh wait, no, is it running? No, okay, so these threads aren't running. Because we're not getting our process. Hmm. I mean, I guess what I can do is I can just, okay, ignore that. Huh. Okay, I see. I think it's maybe, like, event-driven. There's something really strange with how it sets itself active and inactive. Because I think it's smart enough to know that nothing is going on that needs its attention. So it's like, you know, no new entities, no new etc. Okay, talk to him. So, wait, but now he works. Now he works just fine. I think it is... It just isn't being set active at the time when it's supposed to be. Probably just, like, something with, like, calling process every frame used to do it. Where it would detect, like, oh yeah, there's stuff in the thread now, we should activate again. Because admittedly, I haven't had any stuttering from the NPC's navigating, even though he's navigating pretty far. Through, like, 3 very complicated nav meshes. So if it's not actually an issue, I can just let them be, like, do a thread unsafe, like, yeah, just, like, look for it in the thread, like, you know, the map might change under your feet. Well, it probably shouldn't. But a map might be loaded under your feet, and then you're, like, not using it. But that's okay. We can live with that. It'll just be NPCs will sometimes teleport to places they could have walked to if they had waited a couple more seconds. And like I said, I can also just move the nav meshes so that they load before the NPCs, so that that's very unlikely. Unless the nav mesh was going to take like a really, really long time. And now all I'll have to worry about is like sporadic crashing because of thread unsafe operations. But thankfully, I already fixed one of the big ones when I had to like have asynchronous loading, like multi-threaded loading, which was that objects that got deleted in one thread could then like crash if an object that referred to it was deleted in the other thread. And it was specifically the like signal dictionary. So I had to create like a global mutex for all objects that are destroyed. So they're all, every object that gets destroyed in the game. Okay, so I think I understand this. Let's do... I guess let's just save and quit there. Don't need this open. Good enough. Because what I'm going to do is I'm just going to start it up at the start of the game. I'll just do navigation server set active true. So like where is ready? Let's see if this does what I want. And then eventually we'll need to figure out how to do the proper stuff. Where are you going? Where is he going? What is his goal? What is his mission? Oh wait, I can figure it out actually. So, find me, NPC test, wait. Move to points, walk, not scheduled, current state standing, blend position. So, he is going somewhere. I'm not sure where, and I'm not sure why. But also, hang on, I need to go back to my live debug. Or event button is index. And input dot is button. Or like event dot button. I'm trying to figure out like input event with modifiers. Contains keys, events, information with modifier support. And let's just have this. But okay, he's doing his weird little... He's going on his own adventure. I think it's just a bug with how his navigation works. But okay, let's actually, today, Crab Hill West basic layout. I guess we should probably do that instead of fiddling with more navigation stuff. Wait, let's actually double check first off, though, that it actually works in the game. Because I'm really happy if this is all that I have to do to make it work for now. And I can figure out, like, I can pay the cost of, you know, crudely throwing things in a separate thread without considering thread safety. Because I'm almost certain that most of the nav server stuff that requires the main thread is just for navigation agents, which have things like the ability to avoid each other and avoid local obstacles and stuff. And I can just make the NPCs in the game dumb. Like, I don't need them to be that smart to, like, avoid each other. Because I just need them for, like, pre-scripted stuff, like walking from one place to another on a schedule, or walking from one place to another because a script called it. But it looks like it's working. I think all I needed was to just activate it at the start, because something that I've deleted didn't, properly configure that. But yeah, now we have things that actually work, and they don't even... Now it doesn't even take 4 seconds to load the game because it just loads it in a separate thread. Applies that stuff. Oh wait, did he get where he was going, or did I deactivate him? I think I deactivated him by accident. Let's see if he's got to his location. Nope, not there. Yeah, I think I deleted the poor little guy when I drove away. Where is he then? Where would he go? I mean, that seems like an unrelated problem, though. That just seems like my navigation system, like the other navigation logic is buggy. So updates, or like make navigation server run on separate thread. We will apply that. Okay, so now for the actual agenda of today, which is to Crab Hill entry, which is to just finish up some of the city stuff. Oh yeah, I can also show you my cool new preview terrain, where it no longer leaks 4 gigabytes of RAM every single time that I load and unload things. So I'm thinking just figure out what I want to do with this area, because it's a little grid-like. I don't like this here being so plain and Jane. Especially compared to, like, how nice this outer city looks now. Or inner city. What is this from? Huh. It's in the wrong area, but I'll leave it for now. Oh yeah, I also need a bit more density in here to actually make a path that NPCs can, like, sneak away on. But okay. Let's just figure out this. Godot's struggling a little bit. Did I say struggling? Well, we're all struggling today. I accidentally copied the image instead of pasting it. Okay. There we are. So what it is that I want is beautiful farmland. So probably these should contour with this environment a little bit more. So let's get basically like how is this aligned with the like topology of the area? See, I think the best idea would probably be to have little houses over here, little fences, and then like or like houses that are aligned with the topography. As you know, they can still have little like gated areas, and then they'd be mostly like farmland over here, and maybe there'd be some wall around it or something. Let's double check the actual topography here. I think I've gotten the right idea. Maybe I should make like a topological map shader. That could be nice. But then on this side, like what would I have over here? Maybe like the topology is a bit more like this. And then this is probably not an area that people would want to be in. So I think it goes more like that. So maybe buildings facing this way that go like a bit more. I think this is almost very, or like this is quite flat. Until it gets to like right about there, you know. You know, more like this. I mean, this kind of gives us me good places to put buildings. And then you can have like crops that go out like this. And then I'll figure out like where I want to put more buildings here. Like maybe they start going this way with the contours. You can have a few more houses over here. I need this to be a bit bigger. Yeah, because houses would get pretty sparse, I think, in this area. And then what am I thinking for this side? Maybe some big cool thing, like an old tower or something. You know, just like some neat things for the player to climb on, like rocks. We don't have enough rocks in the area. Because we also need to explain away, there should, I think the cave will actually be like here, for example, or something like that. Like, or maybe like a weird like crack up the mountain here. There's like, you know, this whole place filled with concrete now. It's all crazy and cool. Yeah, this will be abolished. And then I'm thinking, yeah, probably a relatively large farm right here. with smaller farms around it or something. Also, I'm seeing these go like this. My contour, my topological map is not very topological. Because these go more like this almost. Because, you know, then it goes like up and up and up and down and down and down. You know what? What if there's just a big fucking rock right in the middle of town here? And then the town is like, you know, Crab Hill West is designed around it. And there's like, you know, this gas station is like right in front of a humongous rock. See, that seems fun. I'm kind of digging this. I think maybe a bit more density out here, though. You know, it should be, because basically it should explain the density of this area. And I don't quite do enough of that, especially like here, for example. And also I need to redo this road to make it, like, sensible. You know, it also needs to be a bit more topological. I'm thinking, you know, trees and crops and foliage, etc., etc. Man, but I'm just so pleased that that navigation server thing actually worked, kind of. I think the next thing will be to make an asynchronous, like, getting a path asynchronously, so that way it'll wait for the navigation server to actually load the next chunk before it, like, tries to get a path and fails. Because that's my next big fear. And also, if I have a bunch of NPCs navigating, it's going to clog up the main thread. But okay, so what more would I like here? I think more rocks. Rockier. In fact, we should have more rocks in here as well. Just like, you know, big fucking rock somewhere in here. More rocks. More Balboas. Okay. That seems like a good start, but I'm going to do that. Oh, excuse me, muted myself instead of doing this. I'm going to start on this after I take a couple minutes to stretch my legs. Okay, back soon. Okie dokie, I'm back. I also got some fresh raspberries and then a turkey sandwich that is just turkey, a thick layer of cheddar cheese, and butter. Because we got a big old roll of Amish butter that I need to figure out uses for. Pretty tasty. I think people underappreciate the value of just putting butter on things. But okay. Let's also do, hopefully no more of that stuff for now. Like, no more Godot editing stuff. More navigation stuff. That kind of took a lot out of me. You know, I think programming is bad for my mental health. Let's see, what do I want for chunks here? I think, so this is still in Crab Hill what have you. Crab Hill entry, so I'm going to put a big rock here. I'm thinking a cylinder. This will just be big rock. And I think for now, like many of these, it's just going to be like subdivided like 4 and like oh yeah, I forgot. It's actually better to let Blender do this because it can do max area. Which is surprisingly like a better system for like shader efficiency. Okay, smooth. So it's like I do less effort and get a better result because the computer knows what I need. Alright, let's just fiddle with rock until it looks like a rock. Sufficiently rock-like. Like that. Cool rock. Then the rest of the city will accommodate for this. Actually, I probably should have, like... Ah, well. What I'm going to do is I'll just make really fucked up rocks. Like, then grab this, do that. It looks like a tongue. I have a good idea. Just make it not look like a tongue. If I don't want it to look like a tongue. Like that. As long as I can, get it a little bit more sane. You know, I should probably see what rocks actually, like, look like in real life. I'll figure it out as I go. Okay, so I think I'm gonna make all of this just one chunk for now. Don't need any of these. So I should probably just do what I was doing before, where I just like get a thing. Play around with it. I feel like it's getting a little obvious that I'm using cylinders as my starting point. Well, yeah, a little. I think one problem is that these don't quite feel like rocks. They feel like geometry that I'm playing with. But I guess I won't fiddle with it too much. I'll just put down some like placeholders. We need this in the farms. We need you on the farms too. And I also need to see, let's consult the graph. We need a big old horizontal one, I'm thinking. Torus. So let's have... Well, probably not like this obvious, but... Hmm. Alright, we need these to also be called big rock collision, and then big rock collision. Those go to the farms. And we'll just stretch and distort these for funsies, basically. So if the player starts like right here, what would I like? What am I missing? I think taller rocks. You know, I'm thinking like that, and then smooth it. Then like distort this. It is somewhat phallic now. Well, now it's less so. Make it more spire-like. Ouch. I just got like a blast of headache. What if I auto-smooth this? I don't like how that looks. So do I want this here, or do I want it like here? I think I want it here. Tall rock. Now let's name them consistent. Big rock collision. And I think, what if this one is pretty close to the train? No, that puts them in a line. I don't quite like that. Yeah, I probably should have started looking at rocks to figure out where I want to put these rocks. I like the idea that this is a somewhat natural formation here, maybe. But like they chose this as the natural starting point for the wall because the rock was already here. It's like, well, that adds extra protection. In fact, maybe that's like the geological justification for like the rock here. Like if we go to Crab Hill Lab, we could add like this rock. I probably should have like played a little nicer with these. That's a little better. You know, so now we're starting to get, like, explanations for things. Geological justification for the, like, random decisions that I made. Places that'll make these more interesting to, like, that make these seemingly random decisions now feel more like, justificate, or like, problems being solved, essentially. I think there should be a rock in here. And I should probably do... Oop. That. The fact that these are so similar, I probably should have just done a Shift D and then play around with this until it looks unrecognizable. Let's make this a bit more even and reasonable. Then we'll flip it. Make it look like this. That looks fun. Like a little sombrero rock. Because admittedly, one of the downside, or one of the problems with this area now is that the rocks are very uniformly sized and spaced, pretty much. I think I just need, like, to put more rocks in, like, the actual chunk stuff. Because these are all going to be things that are always loaded. Which I guess is fine for now. Do I want anything more on, like, this side, perhaps? Like, have one of these over here, and then, like, do that, and, like, push it here as, like, a cool, like, tooth, almost. You know, like, this gigantic rock is just barely holding on. It's... looks pretty cool. But again, where is this one? This one's probably in farms? I guess that's fine for now. And then let's put another one like here of like let's scale this down. Oh, wait. I want this to be sort of regulated. Basically smooth all of this out. And then I can like dramatically fuck it up. Let's see this. How does this feel? Does this feel... I think once I put more small rocks in here and once I put buildings in here, then it'll start to come together. But I'll put those in the farm chunk. Open, let's do, I guess, a new file. Grab, oh, I don't know what that, areas. Chunks. Grab. Hill Farm. Hopefully that's the right name for it. But okay. Let's eat some delicious, fresh, only slightly squished raspberries. Okay, so I'm seeing there was no chunk. Let's rename this then. I figured it was called either Crab Hill Farm or Crab Hill Farms. There we are. And this is what I was looking for. And then, yeah, we'll need more rocks on this side as well. And we'll sort of adjust how they look around it and work with it. Let's see, I'm going to eat some sandwich and work. Right now I'm looking for places to connect these buildings together. Would I want something big like this? Maybe. But maybe I'd want just a connection of more smaller buildings. I'm trying to figure out. There we go. Let's do local coordinates by default. There we are. That's kind of closer to what I like. You know, more. It's like there's clearly. I'm trying to have like a clear logic of like they're aligned with the slope of the ground such that there are edges that are parallel. Like that. But for this one, it'd probably be better to do like one floor lower and like over here. Yeah, that looks okay. And I have a selection of buildings. Do I want this here? I think I do. And then like a bit of a similar thing here. Let's do like an extrude 3.5. Oh. 0.5. Alt. Extrude along normals. And this one's going to be a very like narrow, precarious little building. I've aligned it a bit too well. There's not really any reason to like rotate this or do anything interesting with it. Let's put it on this side. I want a side where, yeah, there we go. A little bit more like unparalleled. Let's see, and I think YouTube has turned off my music again. Okay. Would there really be people putting cities over here? I'll keep it there for now. You know, a lot of these are going to be relatively parallel, since the terrain here is pretty straight shot down. Well, I guess just don't put the buildings in a line with each other, and then they won't do that.
Musicians are playing that they're forced to play by some who just think of money and don't realize that music is a spiritual language and it represents the people's words. When musicians are compelled to play anything, it goes straight to the throne of the creator of the universe, and that is how he sees you, according to your music. Because see, music is a universal language, and what you call musicians who play is what goes to the creator as your personal ambassador.
Wait, we should be lining up that there. This is a not great place to put a house. This is a bit better. Yeah. Now it's kind of looking like a place that would have things in it. Let's see. Next up is walls. Would they put their farm here? Actually, why would they put their house so low down the hill? They'd probably put it up here. We should probably have like a sort of world origin, empty plain axes stuff. There we go. It's still strange to me that sometimes I hold shift and click and drag stuff to change the parent, and sometimes I have to hold alt or it like changes position. But okay, I'm thinking their property begins like here. And it goes a ways. Well, maybe it extends more like this. It's like, where would the natural borders be? I think here would be fun. Like, this is like the natural, or this is like the gate that they use for the building. And then probably just delete these. Once we do this. This is a lovely little place. And here. Okay, that's kind of getting closer where I'd like. Like, just say, like, normal, like, sort of human scale wall here.
Never again to wear tight leather trousers or eat batters, spam and fritters. I've got a video camera under my bed, I've got drunk with my dad, I've dabbled with poetry, been to a strip club, heightened my senses, and I know who Kaiser Sose is. I know how to lie convincingly, no doesn't mean yes, and it's rude to talk with your mouth full. I've been tied up, seen a dead body, and I've been to the local 24-hour
No, we don't need that. We need this.
I've been to the point of no return, I've spent too much time in the stationary cupboard, and I've owned a convertible. I've had a part of my body other than my ears pierced, experimented with facial hair and neck, and I hadn't tasted Cuervo Gold tequila. Until now.
There we are. I'm gonna say there. So now the question is, will this be any use at all for other areas like this building? Yeah, I think it's kind of. Because like this one, so I'm going to go down to like here. Probably won't even interface with this at all, so it'll just be like... Oh wait. There we are. Okay. Actually, none of this making it into here. This one makes it because these two are like related. Let's put this at like a 90-degree angle though. So that way it's a bit more, less like stuff is going to get stuck in here. So let's figure out what property would this guy actually own. Wait, I'm just realizing I don't actually like having this fence. Oh, I know what I should do. Move this one to be like here or something, because we need plenty of space between these two. And then let's just delete almost everything here. Because we're starting more or less from scratch for this building. Let's say this guy has a bigger house, though. Maybe this one will be as it is. Oh. And I think it'll just start from a little bit above 1 story. We got a society of high walls here. And actually a little bit more here. So I'm imagining like basically there should be a little corridor here for like vehicles and trucks and whatnot to go through. Well, trucks are vehicles, but you know what I mean. Vehicles such as trucks. Let's just have this go mostly square. Oh, actually, I kind of like that. Just a weird little, like, zigzag there. And let's say, yeah, right here. We don't actually need these to be unified, but what it'll be instead is like that. I want this here. And then I think here we go up a little bit in a unique twist on the current formula. No, I want edges there, and then probably vertices there. No. Edges again. There we are. So now we're getting into some more interesting sort of designs with these. And then how, I guess this is fine as it is. It'll be like, maybe little buildings like this. And then let's interface in interesting ways with the terrain. Because admittedly having like, actually, what if we put this here so that way like, I don't like how it rolls directly into here, because that's like not a thing that you would do in a building. So now we got two big old farms. I don't like how they like are so similar though. I think we need more asymmetry. There we are. A little bit more interesting, I'd say. In fact, let's move this into here. And do I want something along this edge? Like, because we got this big old space here. So, like, clearly, there should be something here. Actually, I think this would, yeah, be there. This would be, like, the door that interfaces with the world, basically. See, he got the cool one. This guy just got a space. And maybe he'd have it, like, go further, like, this way. You know, like that. Actually, do we have... Okay, we don't have any extra edges that I need to worry about. Let's do... I guess we don't need any of these. Kind of a crummy spot there. You'd want to have like a little thing to like drain it out. In there as well, but oh well. I mean, then again, you could just use it as like a pond or something, like deliberately do like put stuff there. But okay, so now we got two things that are still probably, in my attempt to make them asymmetrical, I just added a different form of symmetry, a vaguely like axial symmetry. Well, actually, isn't all symmetry axial symmetry? No, there's radial symmetry as well. Are those different? Yeah. In fact, this is kind of just radial symmetry, because you rotate it 180 degrees about this point, and you get a very similar shape. Oh well. Such is life. I'll learn from my mistakes someday. So now this is the big cool farm. Maybe. Well, do I want this to have a wall around it, or do I want it to have like a... I'm not sure what I'd want with this one. Also, I'm imagining like there we are. I have moral objections to that. There we are. Now that looks a little bit better. Then we could even have like a little thing right here. Oh, these walls are getting so tall. It's actually like here as well. Get rid of this, or there we are. Actually, I could have just done that. Just make it a little bit higher. Okay, I spent too much time on that, but it's fine. Because like, what else should be in here? I think a little wall. Like that. Origin to center. Like, let's put some walls aligned with the grid. Like that, basically. You know, so let's just put a couple of these little templates around. There we are. So if I put these like right next to each other, one after the other, how would I feel? There we are. That goes there. And then I'll just like chop all of these apart and make it work together. Because admittedly now, I'm going a little too crazy with it, I think, but oh well. Like, this was meant to be a less dense area, and now it's like getting similar density to everywhere else in the city. But oh, it is different though, so I guess it's fine. Let's make one of these different. See, now we got some interesting contrast. Let's delete this one. Let's put this one where it should be appropriate. Yeah. And then I can like just extrude these around, shape them to the terrain, make them more interesting. Because this will be like, you know, places for little plots of like farms. They're very small farms, basically. I'm digging this area, actually. What if this area is like sub-leased, basically? They have little divisions in it. I don't know what exactly the meaning of it is, but they did that. Ooh, this place is like precarious. I guess let's put it the opposite almost. You have a wall back here to keep you from like falling off. You know, similar story for this one, more or less. Then the real question is, would they have a similar thing? Like, I think these buildings are just kind of like not the vibe anymore. These, however, are in. Yeah, that looks good. Let's get one of these long ones. Are these actually... I think these aren't quite squares. They're not quite rectangular, but that's okay. No, this is too steep for that. You'd have like a little one of these to attach to the ground there, and then a little one of these. This is looking more like a place by the minute. But let's say this will be our cutoff point for this, like, farm region. So I'm thinking, what is this one gonna do? I like that. And this also gives me distinct vibes of, like, I've actually seen farming towns in the area that look like this before. I'm like internalizing the references that I've been looking at and actually like learning things about the world from them. Excuse me. Alright. But let's get some more of these in here. This is going to be a steep zone with much excitement. No, I don't need that. Probably should have made these not so, like, parallel to each other. You know, these are still meant to be, like... Eventually, they're gonna all be unique properties and stuff. Or, like, you know, they're not meant to be on a grid, basically. It looks bad. So I also need to figure out, like, what exactly is it going to look like? Excuse me. And then I'll make each of these fences like unique, or little neighborhoods or what have you, whatever they are. And not make them so obviously overlapping. I like that. There's just a tiny little one-story building here. And I'm noticing that I typically put all of them in like the top right corner. Wait, I want this pathway clear. I'm also envisioning like what paths and streets and stuff would look like back here. See, is this... It almost like has the two-story thing. Where I'd basically like it to pop out here, and then... I guess basically like, strewed all the way here? That's a pretty big building. I guess that's fine. In fact, we could put another one of these, like, over here. Oh, it's kind of mangled, but oh well. Okay, well, that's fixed. Oop. There we go. Don't we have like a 3-story building in here? Nah, we'll ignore that for now. So let's say that's good, and then I think stair step down to here. And stair step across like here. Good enough. Let's do one of these right here. Perfect. Okay, so any buildings here that I think, yeah, some more houses up here need attention. Close enough. I'm not made of time over here. That seems fine. Let's just grab one of these and like plop it in. And we'll just kind of do, I'll just kind of do whatever to make this feel like a thing that would intentionally exist. Well, I won't put too much effort into it. Here, obviously this would go right here. Perfect. Then here, I dare say, 2 buildings. Okay. And then export. Placeholder. All right, let's see this in Godot, and I'm gonna do the stone like mud brick textures on them. Okay, so triplanar local coordinates. brick. I should have mud brick. Ground, mud brick ceiling. See, now it's getting vaguely in the realm what I want. Building. And these should do... I guess that test building. So let's go back to crab. Hill center. Decent enough placeholder. Oh yeah, here's the thing, here's the quirk of my thing. When you switch to a different scene, it then removes the... It's supposed to actually bring the terrain back, but right now it doesn't do that properly. In fact, why doesn't it do that? Because once we enter the tree... It's still very slow to save when I have the chunk attached, though. It seems to do something weird where it adds multiple copies of the terrain. I'm also finishing off my sandwich, so I'll do that while I basically put textures on these rocks. Alright, let's... Oh wait, I fucked it up. I wanted to switch to Blender to close this, so that way it doesn't kill things, but I think... Oh wait. And look at that, the capture even works. Oh, the bounding boxes. Oh, wait. Hang on. Debug green is what this is called. Wrong button. Wait, I can just press F6 when I'm selecting the world. No, well, that's too much for my brain to remember. Okay. Oh. I'm curious what that was. I'll have to figure that out later. Oh, look at that. Farms are in. Yeah, I think having the terrain more contoured. Oh, hello, welcome back to the stream. Having the terrain more contoured definitely gives a lot more like chances to have interesting like layouts for the buildings here. And I like the variation in the density of like the spaces between here. Yep, I'm basically redesigning this city. I don't know if you've seen it, but I basically redid all of the terrain. And so now, and the train tracks are not quite ready. But thankfully it tells us that it's demo, so, you know. We don't have to worry too much about that. And so I'm now building out these cities with like placeholder boxes and walls and stuff to feel what I want for like the actual structure of this area. There's some strange hanging there. It certainly is not doing well as I'd hoped. Alright, now I can like also... I put these big rocks in here just to make it so that the city here has to be a bit more interesting. And actually, I guess that's sort of like a new lesson that I've learned today. If the terrain looks too boring to make like anything other than grids of buildings, just put like rocks and random stuff they have to work around. Like, because this used to just be a boring line, and now it's going to have to be something else just because big old rock. It's too big. But alright, I guess I should show off the more interesting bit. Yeah, because I'm thinking about... Yeah, it'd be good to think about where water was flowing in this area. So yeah, there is the valley, which will also have a lot of its own architectural stuff. And that'll be pretty cool. Yeah, because now there's basically two rivers that merge together and then go off that way. I'm happy with how this city's been coming along. I've been trying to do a lot more work of, like, just put buildings down. Like, I don't have to sweat, like, the exact layout of the buildings or anything like that. Just get a box and copy and paste it everywhere and make, like, very simple little, like, path meshes. Like, this is just a vertex
Or like a line with a modifier to make it into a path. And even if though it's crooked and doesn't like do things correctly as a path should, it gave me enough of an idea that I could build the rest of the city around it. Yeah, I don't know if it feels bigger or smaller than games like that have similar sized maps but conceal it with fog. Like GTA San Andreas is actually the same size as this map, but I think, well, it also just has a lot more to do. But it hides a lot of it with fog, so like, we're basically seeing to the entire opposite end of the map right there. And that simultaneously gives us these really big vistas, but also it's like, this is it. Like, we're in one corner of the map and we can see basically everything from here. That'd be interesting, procedurally laying out the city. I'll do little things with procedural generation, like details of materials and stuff. But it'd be quite a big project to make procedural layouts for the city. Well, I guess you could swap out like bits of buildings and stuff. But okay, now I should go back to the entry and start working on that some more. Because this makes this area interesting enough that I don't need to work on it much more. Because yeah, I want to make something with more procedural generation at some point, because I like doing it. I like imagining, like, basically imagining why things are the way they are, and trying to express that in code. Oh. If you try to move, oh, huh. I tried to move Blender with shift window right, and for some reason it just showed me shift windows there. Oh wait, I don't need this. I need Okay, so now these are not correct. I like this here, but I think I'd like it more to figure out. Yeah, let's get these. So I think this is good, this is good. I like this, though now it has to be a little bit less there. Right. Actually, let's get all of this. Move it right up next to this. That could be interesting. Okay, so if we have a little path that goes along this rock, I guess that puts us where I'd want to be. And let's get rid of these, because I have my new system. My brilliant patented method of making good buildings. 3, 5, 3, E.5, E3, and E.5. Oh wait, we need to scale with a Z. Yep, textures are, like all the material stuff is done in Godot. Did I accidentally merge multiples? No. So now I can actually make these consistent. And let's also remove this because I don't need that right now. We'll figure out the materials as we go. Oop. Yeah, I figure, especially for these simple ones, all I want is like the layout of the building so I can figure out where I want to like jump around and stuff like that. So this gives me like the sense of scale from like the number of floors and stuff like that, and then I can just push and pull as I see fit. Okay, so I'm thinking something here. That looks good. Alright, let's also make this local. And there we are. Nope. And the way this area works is that it gradually gets more dense until we get up to there. Let's put this like that. So how do we align things with these rocks? I guess give them a bit more space here. Because I want this to be non-rectangular, and the way that I'm doing that is by having things adjust to the contours of the terrain and having things adjust to the contours of the rocks. So that way there's some sort of logical justification for why things are laid out all crazy and weird. I want this one to be like there, maybe? There. Didn't quite work how well I wanted it to. The problem is this terrain is actually kind of not very contoured. I like that. And then we'll have a little, like, I don't know, maybe a path like here by doing like well, let's do this. There we are. Much better. And probably more like planes going up this way, like up this. Beautiful. You should probably like actually like do that. There we are. Nope. And admittedly, I'm doing this a lot in large part. I think the reason that I've been so consistent with this terrain work is because I know the other thing I have to do is the writing, and I've been procrastinating on that. Because usually I hate working on level design and level layouts. But I think because this is more like just designing a neat looking environment rather than trying to make a level, I don't have as much worry about iteration. But then also, I just don't have to think about the writing. I can make progress other ways. Okay, so I'm thinking maybe like right here. Very rectangular, but that's okay. Yeah, like that's like the correct option for these layouts. Yeah. I don't have to worry about feeling guilty, since all of this work did need to be done. Like earlier today, I was working on the, making the, the navigation mesh multi-threaded, which I felt a little bit guilty about until I realized, like, it pauses for like 4 seconds. Like, the game freezes for 4 seconds when it loads stuff up. Like, that's not gonna fly in the final release. So, like, I can pause whatever I want and work on that. Because, yeah, there's just so many things in the game that I have to do. So I might as well just choose the ones that I want to do as well. Let's go a little bit this way. Have a bit of fun with this. And can we go down like this, perhaps? I don't know why they'd have such a long path for this area, but would be nice. And I think I should also put a, let's put a plane. That's also a good way of thinking about it, of like, if I only have so much energy, what are the things I can do with that energy that are still productive? Oh, I should have renamed all of these. I wonder if I can rename all of them at once. No, I can't. And this will have complex, that'll be good. And this will all be under west side. There it is. Actually, what is this one? Oh, that's the big wall. Okay. So I'm thinking this will have a lovely little area here. Not quite what I want. Well, there we go. Now we got a nice little building here. And I'll do a similar layout, but like this way instead. SX0. Is that? Oh, I see. Median point. Because I want these to be attached. There we are. In fact, make a little gap between the two. Or even no gap. Because if I get rid of these faces... I mean, this is kind of what it was before. But I can do, like, you know, push a house this way so that it has to work around the rock. Alright, there. Well, now I want this lined up with the path more than the ground. Yeah, that's good. Do I want anything? No, I don't want that. That's too big. Let's do like a little one here. And that should probably give a bit more space here. But I do like how narrow these are. I think I just gotta move this one a bit more there for now, so that way it's actually like navigable. I don't know why they would build so intently into the side of the mountain, but I guess they did, just for fun, basically. For visual interest, the same reason that I'm making it. Nope. Let's do that. There we are. Move these a bit lower down. It was maybe a bit too steep now, or a bit too dense. That's the word. Ah, well. Yeah, that's been kind of the goal. Of a vaguely favela, or like, there's various villages in the Afghanistan and other areas of Central Asia that have a similar layout to this. Because one of the big goals as well is basically, well, I guess more just from a like storytelling perspective, the reason that I'm worried about it getting too dense is that my vision is basically it gets gradually more dense as you go into here. So maybe actually just, I guess I can just like remove a couple of these houses. Well, I liked this one. I'll put this one back. But then we'll have like basically more like single layer zones, and then like something like this basically. Ooh. True. Yeah, it is. It is meant to be a very old city, so it could also be that this is more like a defensive part. Let's say that's good there for now. Then maybe a similar thing over here. It's still pretty parallel, but I think it's okay. And then maybe a little bit more merging out this way. Like, let's see. Let's figure out where I guess the terrain is just kind of parallel to the road. More or less. Nope. Let's move it so that it's like there, basically. There we are. That's what I wanted. So let's just put some really simple houses in here that vaguely line up with the terrain. And they should be slightly more dense than the housing that was over here. And I'll say probably okay. Alright. I got so much stuff open. Let's see, let's close Godot. Let's see. Do I need this? I guess I'll keep this as like Crab Hill Sketch. Crab Hill Sketch 7. But we don't need that open now. I've now got the vibe. And we no longer need that. Oh yeah, I should also put down some more rocks. But I guess that'll be more like a detail. Because right now it's primarily just, does it gesture toward what I want out of a city? I think we could do with another couple houses here. It's pretty obvious that there's a division between these two like zones. Retaining wall structures. Those would be good. Something like that. Oh yeah. Before I get too sidetracked, I also wanted to look up the profile log. Because I was getting like those like 5 or 6 second pauses. So let's see, which one? I think it's these ones then. Not this one. Maybe this one? Okay, so this is a big long one. So this probably is actual gameplay then. 600 milliseconds. Okay. 18,000 milliseconds. So that makes a lot of sense. That this would be one that was slow. And it's just a bunch of work adding stuff, I guess. Doing a lot of add child. Doing a lot of propagate readies. And that sounds fine. Depth pre-pass. No, that's not very bad. I need a like 4th or 5th color, however many colors I have. I need one more. Because it turns this bright purple anytime there's more than 100 milliseconds. But like, if one of them is 18 seconds, that's a bit above and beyond. But I mean, if it's just the propagate ready, I can't do too much about that except for just make everything faster. Let's just play again until I like hit a big stutter and see what it does. And also think about my feelings on the town. Because admittedly now, a lot of it is stuff that's kind of not meant to be played on. The hard drive is going big slow. Oh, the game just straight up didn't start. For some reason it spins up my external hard drive even though everything is now on my SSD. So I don't know if there's something wrong with that. Did this wall change material? Maybe I changed it. So yeah, I'll need to make this a bit more navigable for NPCs. That'll be okay. Let's see how these rocks feel, because I'd like to climb up like this rock. It looks fun. The polygons are way fucked up. How do I make this climbable? Especially if the player's gonna have their base movement. I like having to climb to this one and then roll jump up to the other one. I don't know if that's a thing that's going to be possible. Ah well. I think it's probably not climbable with the base stats. So yeah, I think what we need is some more rocks of varying sizes, big and small, and medium-sized. Yeah, my external hard drives are standard SSDs, and they have glacially slow startup times. They'll go like to sleep, and then it'll be like a full minute before they wake up again. Because a weird example is the game Balatro. I'll play it, and then suddenly it'll stop playing sounds for like 45 seconds, and then all of them will play at once. And that stopped when I moved it off of that external drive, because it was just because the drive would like go to sleep. Like it would stop doing things and just go totally unresponsive. Seems like a nice area. Seems weird that nobody's using this plot of land. It seems perfectly good. Yeah, so I think it's almost the opposite, where it's like aggressively stopping the spinning platters because they have to spin up multiple times. Oh, these guys are gone. Let's see, how do I feel about this layout? Isn't there? Oh, I see. That's that should eventually be a one-way glass window, or like two-way glass. Oh, wait. Didn't I make a whole system where like the player couldn't talk to people through walls? And I did. So why can I talk to him? Oh, is it because there's a... I think maybe I can climb through the window here, maybe. Yeah. Well, no. I think maybe I'm just doing a bad job with the collision, so I'll just put that in bugs. I can still talk through walls. Oh wait, I'm not gonna do this one. So it's too bright at night, take screenshot. It's not too bright at night. It's almost unwatchable, like when I'm actually watching the VODs at, especially like during the day. It gets so insanely dark at night in-game that I can't see it. It's just that I always play the game at night. But okay, in this area we'll have different architecture. And it'll look all cool and awesome. What is this? Oh, wait, hang on. Huh, interesting. Okay, is there anything else that I want today? Because I guess, thinking about the vibes here, a little bit more terrain to bridge this gap. I'll do that now. So basically just go to entry, and then I'll also place a bit of placeholder material. So I'm thinking like one or two buildings like over here right before... Oh wait. I meant that. Let's do this. Well, edges. So does that do everything that I wanted and more? Oh, I'm pressing Control D, not Shift D. There we are. Let's just put one little building here. Oh, yeah. Thanks, I'm glad people like that. Yeah, it's always fun to see people actually go into the site. Let's see. Actually, let's remove this one. Let's do something like here. Yeah, and a lot of sites nowadays have the mysterious burger drop down. And they'll just put every single thing in there. So I wanted my mysterious burger button to actually, you know, do what's advertised, so to speak. Alright, do I want this? I kind of want... Yeah, I kind of like that. Get a bit more space in here. Oop. Let's see, do I want maybe even more space here for the rock? I'll keep this as it is, that looks good. Alright, close all tabs. I don't know why the profile log viewer keeps changing, but grab, hill, entry. Wall. So we don't need these. We need, let's go to crab, hill. I guess let's do bricks. And then for like this one, I'll do the, go to crafting farms. And we'll copy this material. And then we'll also put bricks here. Basically starting to mix in different textures of brick. To show the division of society. Or like, I don't know, changing materials like with age, I think, is like the goal of it. Well, let's also copy our placeholder material here. Building. And then this one, I guess it could be like concrete old. Let's just do that for now. Yeah, I'll keep those the same as they are now. For these shops, try planar. Noise. I'm thinking for the walls we could do gray or like that. It's like 0.4, 0.4. And then each one of these could have slightly different materials. And I could slightly adjust the colors. Even though, admittedly, this is completely unnecessary right now, because this is all placeholder. But I should also be thinking, eventually it can't be placeholder, so how am I going to make these permanent? Wait, hang on. This one does not have... Oh, I see. Okay. Now, we preview. And then get a... You know what? Let's do what I said, where I'm going to put the navigation mesh instance here. There we are. Why did the rocks not have their materials? Mm-hmm. Okay, so they have it here, so that's fine. And admittedly for me, placeholder winds up being kind of an excuse, because I don't think a lot of it... I think it's going to be a lot less placeholder than I'm thinking. Computer is falling. Let's put this out of its misery. Yep. Sometimes it just takes like several times more resources to start the game. Because I can tell when the music starts skipping, then it's really bad. Okay, now it's a bit more reasonable. There's a little less of a, like, division between the two blocks of the world. Then we go over here. Couple houses over here, not as many. And we also see some intermingling of the brick style, or the various brick styles, the like huge stone bricks and the simpler mud bricks. The sign of prosperity and modernity is bigger bricks. Alright, this place is kind of coming along. See, I think my next steps, well, are to do more playtesting and, like, basically see how this layout actually fares as a game. Oh, wait, I think actually my next step is still to, I need to make the interior. So walls will often be built with regular stones at the bottom half, then formed bricks at the top. Actually, that's a smart idea. I should probably look into doing that for some of these walls, because they get really tall. So it makes sense that you'd need the stronger bricks at the bottom. I'll put that in, like, visuals as well. Visual and audio. Where is... Don't I have environment in here somewhere? Rework art design. So, walls. Larger bricks on the bottom. Okay, so I basically did that. But what I need for, like, January 27th, so basically off-stream, lay out the caves. Let's call it that, actually. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Stone versus bricks. Actually, that's a distinction that was... I should think about. So rework art design. Stones on the bottom. And we have our nice little shops. And then I think all of February needs to be laying out the levels and like designing them and playtesting them. Or like the quests, so to speak. And then we'll need to do another visual design. Let's actually just start putting that in here. So weekly, so February will be all about the quests. Only testing for quests. Let's see. So finished, basically none. But have in the game as playable, most of it. Because I can actually play the game to the ending. It's just there's no, like, pizzazz to it. There's no interest to it. It's basically just a sequence of events and then the end. And then, like, the credits roll. I imagine it as like, you know how there's a vertical slice? It's basically the horizontal slice of the game. I have all of the writing implemented. So yeah, you can see where the game is. It's just very bad, basically. Or see where it goes. It just doesn't do it in a very interesting way. And you know, I'm actually going to put in retaining walls on my thing here. So, rework, so village stuff. So let's go to grab hill, retaining walls for slopes, stones at the bottom. Look at how they stabilize on cliffs and things. Yeah. Oop. The frame rate took a dive there for a second. It's like it forgot it was in the foreground. Next I should put the placeholder textures on these buildings. Yeah, this was the area that was very kind of started the design of this city, because I accidentally overlaid two different versions of the town. One with buildings densely packed like this, and the other with this big wall. And it was really interesting to just see, like, buildings like this just nestled in between the walls of the fortress. So I've just kind of built out from here. And in fact, I think this area could be even more vertical and, like, hard to navigate. And then we come into the citadel itself, which has not been completed yet. In fact, I should probably think about what's going to be in here. Why is that there? Oh, I think I know which one that is. Hang on. Go to Crab Hill Fort. Get that particle. Should be one of these somewhere. One of them. Splash. Oh, I see. It was because this one. Godot, can I, like, edit it, please? Like, can I, like, grab it? Because that was why I, like, selected it. I would really like to be able to grab it, Godot. Why is it over here, Godot? Okay, there we go. It figured it out. this is where it's supposed to be. There we are. They're just sprites. Oh yeah, I guess you probably know that now, but let's actually teleport back up there. Oh. Well, that didn't last very long. There we are. Yep, and the splashes also do a lot of work to hide the fact that the water can't have two layers. So if you look through this one, you can just see to the bottom perfectly clearly. Or at least that's what the goal is with them. Oh, and I guess one more thing to do eventually will be to make it so that these join together nicely. I don't want to bother with it right now, though. I think I'm kind of dev'd out now. So what I'm going to do... I don't know, I guess just kind of jump around the town, feel how it feels. One thing that I'm noticing is that there's sometimes this awkward thing of, like, it's just barely possible to, like, crouch jump, or it's not a convenient, like, ledge grabbing height here. So I just kind of climb up it. I'm not sure what to do about that, though. Like, if I want to do, like very carefully tune the heights of the buildings relative to each other. Oh, thanks. Yeah, and I suppose it is also... the movement is flexible enough that I don't need to quite worry about it, since the player can just hold the climb button while they're jumping and, like, clamber over just about anything. And I like the lab over there. It's striking enough that it's actually, like, easy to see it. Where before it was literally just a room in a wall. Yeah, the movement's nowadays more designed for, exploration. Though I think one thing I could also do is just make the area more vertical. Because, like, the Citadel, for example, you just can't get up that thing unless you, like, go through the proper entryway. So I can go sort of push things in between. Because one thing that Jackie really can't do is overhang. So anything like this, like if this were a couple meters higher, you would just not be able to get up here. But yeah, I think that'll be one of the next steps after the quest testing, will be, like, pushing this area to be more interesting to navigate, or more challenging to navigate. And then also designing some of the other buildings will be good. Like, there's supposed to be a train station here, for example, and train tracks on this gravel. Oh yeah, I forgot. I'm also supposed to do the east side of the city. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter nearly as much. Because it basically drops off a cliff and then it's like... Yeah, I should probably put a few houses over here, though. I'll put that as like, I don't know, next day. Do like January 28th. Oh yeah, that's my birthday. Crab Hill East. I forgot my birthday was soon. But alright. And then out here, I'll have to figure out what I want to do with this train track. Let's see, is jump height constant, or will it be something players can upgrade? I thought about doing jump height upgrades at one point, but I realized it makes it a bit too hard to balance things, because sometimes you want to not have the jump height. Thanks. Yeah, I remember thinking jump height upgrades would be such an interesting idea, but then I tested it and I was like, this is fun, but I want to not jump high now. So then I needed a system to like un-upgrade, and that felt awkward. Oh yeah, my favorite time of day, when the shadows of the tower creep over the city and cast us in darkness. I wonder if we can see the entire city, like... Oh. Well, it looks neat. Thanks. Yeah, the tower was one of the first things that I made, and it's one of the constants of this area. Or of the game, I guess. Very nice to watch. I like to think I did a pretty good job with like the colors of the sunsets as well, because it's not realistic, but it's like cool looking, because I always like looking at the tower at sunset. Oh yeah, it's a real shadow. This is the genuine... I think this is the mountain now, casting shadows over us. Yeah, I had to do a lot of technical, like, wizardry to make the shadows not tank the frame rate, but still, like, render this far away. Well, I guess actually not... Like, distant objects can cast shadows near us pretty easily. It's distant shadows casting far away from us that was trickier. I had to like very carefully tune things and then do some adjustments to like the Godot shaders. Let's see, if you were to look at the shadow at a specific time, would it match with the layout of the map? I guess if you mean... Because the shadows are just casting from the actual location. And then also, they're somewhat based on real time. Because basically, this game, or this area, is like summer northern hemisphere or winter southern hemisphere. Given that the sun sort of goes in an arc around the sky. Like it starts from there at sunrise, and then it like loops around, sets there. Actually, yeah. I think it goes like... loops like that, where Jackie's head is. And so like noon is the highest point and everything like that. Let's see. What should I do now? I guess I'll just call it a day. I pat myself on the back. Job well done, I guess. Status. So this is Crab Hill West. Yeah, thanks for stopping by. Git push drive. And drive 2. Let's wake these hard drives up. This is what I was talking about with those external drives that spin up. Very, very slow. This was advertised as 100 megabytes a second. But it is old. I think it might be also genuinely, I've been so hard on these hard drives. Yeah. Because it sometimes gets up there. Just not often. And then we'll do our same little maneuver with these assets in the separate assets directive. Alright. I guess that'll be it for today. I'll be back on Wednesday. And we'll do basically more of this until the end of January. Then I'll start on my quest stuff. But, alright. See you then.